Wow, it's loud. Okay. I'm mad at you. What do I do? What do I do this time? This is streaming. I am the streamer man. You fuck Joe? I don't actually, but you can call me fuck Joe if you want. Well, I've gotten like 3 sub notifications announcing the Great Exchange stream. Did the Exchange fandom lie about you lent the last case again? You mean multiple streams? Like it's just taking a few days at the end. You shouldn't have gotten multiple notifications for the same stream though. That sounds like a glitch if that's the case. Please, after at least 5 minutes, I have time to finish making coffee. Joe, I just finished making my coffee. I overslept. My phone lost battery overnight, so my alarm didn't go off. I don't know why. The phone had pretty good battery before I went to bed, so maybe there's something wrong with my phone. The phone is... I think it was brand new when it came out, when I got it. So when did I get it? I got it in 2020, so it's in August, so around there. So it's like 5 to 6 years old. So this is the first phone that I've really properly had. Like I had like phones before that, but it was just basically I just used it as a text message machine. I didn't use it for anything else. Do phones usually last this long or no? You don't charge your phone at night? I don't use my phone enough to have a reliable charging thing with it, right? So I don't like, usually I charge my phone once and it lasts me for like 3-4 days. Because I don't usually use my phone all that much. So I don't have like a routine with like charging it every single night. So I don't know. But I thought I had enough battery to last the night and it didn't, so maybe something's wrong. It was a very expensive phone. How many streams between was it? I didn't buy it outright. It just came with a plan, and they're like, "Which phone do you want?" And I was, for some reason, at the time, I usually don't go in for high-tech gadgets and shit like that. At the time, I was like, "Okay, what's the best phone that you have?" And they were like, "This one." And I think it was like, I think the phone cost like $1,700 Canadian. I think it was something like that, and just added to the monthly payment plan, and that made it reasonable to me because I'm an idiot. And I was like, "Okay, sure." And I don't know if I regret it. The phone's awesome. Like I really enjoyed this phone. This is the first time I've ever had a phone that I actually use for more than just text messages and stuff. What's the phone? It was a Samsung Note 20, I think. Maybe it was 20 plus. I don't know. I got it when it was new. Do you have any games on your phone? No. The only games I play on my phone are Connections, Strands, and Rattle. I did play Genshin on the phone when Genshin was at its height. I played Genshin for a little bit on it, and it ran surprisingly well in Genshin. I moved around on a touch screen, decided that it sucked, and then I never played it again. When you get a new phone, will you downgrade this one to the Apple phone? No, I don't fuck with Apple at all. We'll never get an Apple product unless I have no choice. You know you can get old school RuneScape on your phone? I really think you'd like it. Huh? Can you really? He gets me. Apple or AMD? Oh, easily AMD, yeah. Apple is like the Intel of computer brands, yeah. Can we get Gatsby ASMR as a treat? He just comes and goes as he pleases. Do you want me to, like, get him to sit on a bed next to the microphone so we can hear him breathe all the time, and if he ever moves, I will hit him with lightning, or what? When are the 007 streams happening, Joe? They should be starting next week, but I might take some time off. I don't know. I'm feeling really, really worn out, like, right now. So, like, literally right now. So, I don't know. Maybe I do need some time off. I'm not sure. It's been a while since we took a stream break, right? So... Can't sleep. Do you have pasta yet, Joe? No, I got some steaks the other day that were in the fridge, and they were gonna go bad, so, and it was still raining last night, so instead I made the steaks. I also had a steak that I froze, so I was like, okay, I'll make the 3 steaks that I have, and I'll see what it's like to cook from frozen, because apparently you can just cook a steak on the frying pan from frozen, and everyone says it's fine. This was not my experience. This thing, like, cooked normally on the outside real fast, and then the middle was kind of like not all that cooked all that well, and the middle was still cold. So I just put that one with the rice that I made, and I'm gonna heat it up again later, and I ate one of the other ones. And it turned out pretty good, actually. I need to keep track of, like, the cuts of steak that I get and to see which one's my favorite, because I only go in and buy the ones that are cheap. Because beef prices are insane in Canada. So it's like a different cut every single time, and sometimes they're great and sometimes they're not so great. You got a microwave, I believe? Yeah, I'll heat it up in the microwave and see how if it gets the inside. What sauces you got for your steak? I don't fuck with steak sauce. I'm a simple boy. I fry the steaks in avocado oil, usually for 2-3 minutes aside, depending on the thickness of it. And then I will like hold it with the tongs and get like the fat strip on the side of it, if it does have a fat strip, if that's kind of cut. I make brown rice with it, with broccoli, in a pot. And then after I'm done cooking the steak, I will dump the brown rice and the broccoli into the pan that the steak's cooked in, and I will just move it all around and gather up all the juices that came out, and then I will dump the rice and the broccoli over the steak, and then I'll eat like that. And that's my steak recipe. Very simple. No ketchup, no steak sauce, nothing. That's it. Broccoli is my second favorite vegetable. Yeah, I love broccoli. Have you tried pork neck? It's pretty cheap and really good. I don't like pork. I don't. The only pork I like pepperoni, bacon, and even then it depends. Like I don't really like pork. I wish I did, but no. Steak with mashed potatoes is good. Mashed potatoes is just a little bit too much work. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. I can cook and I can follow a recipe. I'm just so lazy. I used to like it a lot more, but now that I'm older, I feel like I don't like it as much as I used to. Mashed potatoes is like no work. What are you talking about? You gotta get the potatoes, you gotta clean the potatoes, you gotta cut up the potatoes. If you are not doing dirty mash, you have to peel the potatoes. If you're doing dirty mash, then okay, you just have to make sure you're getting some of the bad spots out of them. Then you gotta put them in the water. You gotta let the water boil because you boil them from cold or else it gets fucked up. Then you gotta drain the potatoes. Then you gotta fucking put like whatever fucking emulsifying whatever thing in it. Like you gotta get some butter, you gotta get some milk, you gotta get some fucking. Then you gotta get the masher and you gotta mash the potatoes, which takes fucking forever. Like this is so much work compared to just putting some fucking rice in a pot and just go. But yeah, it's good. Yeah, it is good. I agree. I enjoy mashed potato. Mashed potato is really good, but it's work, man. It's how much more work is that than just cleaning some rice and then putting it on the stove with the right amount of water in it? It's like fucking like 10 times more. Rice and what? Rice and what? I don't have a rice cooker, so I just use a pot on the stove. I know this is going to upset you, the last curry rice, but yeah, I just make it on the stove. Is it though? Is it orc? What are we doing? This one you should just get some pasta, so you need to wash any rice. Yeah, I wonder what making steak and pasta would go well with. Do you think if I boiled the pasta and then I dumped it all out into the pan of the steak, do you think it would like soak up all of the flavor just as well as the rice did? Maybe that would be even faster. When it comes to the rice, no other method is nice. This is nice. Fuck, I fucked it up. Okay. Rice cooker is awesome for being lazy. I have a small kitchen though. I don't have room for a rice cooker. Is this supposed to be Italian or new metal? This is my last serenade. Stroganoff on stream? Just get rid of the microwave, lol. You can make ravioli with chopped up braised steak inside, but then you'd be committed to making ravioli at home. Yeah, that sounds like even more work than the fucking mashed potato. When it comes to the mashed potatoes, nobody's a bigger hater. Wow. Wow. How's Deltarune going, everyone? Is it all we hoped it would be, or no? I was very disappointed in Deltarune Chapter 1. I was trying to be diplomatic at the time when I was playing it, and also like being like, it's only Chapter 1, maybe it's gonna get better later. It's the setup, so don't judge it too harshly. But like, I gotta be real with you. As time has gone on, the more I've realized I actually have very little interest in continuing Deltarune after how disappointing the first part was. It was just kind of boring. Best not to engage with Ultra Despair, the Rune fans? That's true, yeah. What were you expecting? A good story? Undertale is a masterpiece, man. It is like a masterpiece. Like, it's one of the best games ever made. It's really, I could make a banger video essay on Undertale. Okay, I love it. Deltarune was not it, Chief. But again, I like, it's not just being diplomatic, it's also true. It's like, it's the part 1 of whatever. So maybe there's a lot of stuff in Deltarune that becomes a part of a good story later on. You just don't have the context for it. There were some interesting things in Deltarune, like what happens at the very, very end, and also the very, very beginning. But everything that happened in the middle was just kind of like, oh, we're just doing the wacky lol so random Penguin of Doom humor, but this time it doesn't have a point, so it's just gonna be, does it land or not? And most of the time it didn't land, so I don't know, but maybe it is building something later. Second part of Undertale was like that? What do you mean? Everything in Undertale, okay, almost everything Undertale is supporting its major thesis. So even the cringe humor in Undertale, even if it doesn't land, it is trying its very, very best to humanize the characters. So like, sometimes someone bombing on stage really makes you sympathize with them, and it makes you human, like, oh, they're not monsters after all. Like, failure is a very human thing, right? So like, even when Undertale is being cringe, which it is fairly often, it is still supporting the story that's being told, which is a very, very good story. It has a very, very good point to it. Whereas Deltarune so far doesn't have that central like thesis, doesn't have that central point, and because of that, like, when the jokes bomb, it's just kind of like, well, that was a waste of time. So again, I want to be really clear. I've only played Chapter 1, so maybe in Chapter 2, 3, 4, now 5, or up to maybe, I don't know what we're at, my weebs. Maybe it is now built like a central point that is making it provide context to everything that happened before, but my experience of only playing Chapter 1 was incredibly disappointing. Do, 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 do. Also, more unforgivable is that the music wasn't good. Like, again, please, I only played chapter 1, so maybe there's better music later, but the music in Undertale is fantastic. Like, holy shit, just iconic as fuck. Like, the music in Undertale is so fucking good. And I can't hum a single tune from Deltarune chapter 1. I can't remember a single Delta tune from the Deltarune. You can now call me a Delta Loon and put me in my Delta room. Hopefully I'll be released Delta soon. I was put in here by the Delta Goons. They told me I'm Delta, you dude. That's the thing is, it gets me, which is funny because I do think Undertale's OST is better. What's the best song in Deltarune Chapter 1? Battle theme. Rude Buster. Like Ghostbusters? Alright, here we go. It's okay. It's not bad. But I mean, like, compare it to fucking... Oh my god. Holy sh... It's Christmas. That's boss music? Oh, I'm sorry. When I asked for the best song from Undertale Chapter 1, did I say, but no boss music, get fucked? The comparison isn't fair. Yes, chat! What's the best song from Deltarune Chapter 1? And they said this one. And now I'm playing my best song from Undertale. It is fair. It's 1-1. Alright, you know what? I'm a generous god. Go again. What's the best song from Deltarune Chapter 1 then? We'll do it again. What are we doing? I love the Ascore song. I don't like it anymore because of the Kanye West meme. Fields of Hopes and Dreams or World Revolt? Field of Hopes and Dreams. Okay. Delta, here we go. All right. Okay, it's already worse, but let's give it some time. Okay, it's not bad, but it just feels like we're just like walking around in an area, like opening chests and killing monsters. Like it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's just like well, it's just like it's background ambient music. Well, that's what the song is for. Okay, well then it's fucking great at what it's doing, but it's not as memorable as the boss music. What's the best boss music? That's the point? Alright, well, fucking pick a better song! I'm here putting out my unique shiny fucking Pokemon that is leveled to 100, and you're throwing out fucking the Pikachu that you just found in the forest, and I'm being like, well, obviously mine's gonna win, and you're like, well, yeah, it's a Pikachu, I didn't level up. I'm like, okay, well, fucking sure, you're a fucking shiny ass fucking level 100 Pokemon then. Like, come on, I want it to be a fair fight. You can't just like fucking like make it an unfair fight and you're in like fucking my favor and then complain about it. Give me the best Deltarune song. Oh wait, there isn't one. Alright, I counter your fucking Fields of Hopes and Dreams with I win. Why does he expect that 1/7 the game to have a song to beat you a full game? I don't expect that. I don't expect that. I'm fine with Deltarune 1, Deltarune Chapter 1, having like not great music, and the great music is in Chapter 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's fine. I'm not saying, my argument is not that Deltarune as a whole package has no great music. I've only experienced fucking Chapter 1. I'm not a Redditor. I only talk about the parts I've experienced. My argument is that specifically Chapter 1 didn't have that memorable fucking music so far compared to Undertale. That's it. And so far, that thesis is hold true. Chad is insane. The best song from Deltarune Chapter 1 is Susie's battle music. Nothing comes close to Undertale. That's so true. Deltarune Susie battle theme. All right, here we go. Which one's Susie again? Is Susie the one that's looks like the rocker? Ooh. It's called Root Buster? I thought we played Root Buster already. Okay, so again, it's not bad. I don't think any music in Deltarune is bad, but compare this to oh man. Oh man, the vibes are here. What? It's not even a fair fight. Do 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 do. Okay, you know what? All right, I can't believe I'm gonna be this generous. Okay, I'm gonna be so generous right now. All right, what is the best song in Deltarune? Period. Spoilers allowed. What is the best song from any chapter? We will listen to it. What is it? It has to be a boss fight, because apparently the boss fights are the only good music. What's the best one? Third Sanctuary. Is that a boss fight? Inhibitors off? No. But it's a goof. Okay, let's try Black Knife Deltarune. Trying way too hard. Okay, it's not bad. Again, it's not bad. I'm not feeling it, and like compared to the Undertale stuff. All right, people are saying Big Shot. Maybe it's better in context of the game. Maybe like yeah. I'm trying to be really fair. Okay, like maybe. All right, Big Shot. It's Crazy Frog. Was this it? He's a hack. He's a hack. God, this song is such a banger. Holy shit. You know what? Deltarune does have the better soundtrack. You're right. Yeah, this song really pulled it back. All right. Now put a battle against the true hero to own the Deltarune fan. Nah, we gotta keep the ace up our sleeve in case Deltarune finally does have a good track, and then we could be like, oh shit, but we already used Hopes and Dreams and Megalovania, but you know we gotta keep battle against the true hero just up there just in case, right? Yeah. Megalovania is ruined to me because of the memes. See, I don't know any Megalovania memes. I know Ascor memes, and that's ruined that song. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Dude. Sends the U is my favorite ship. What the fuck is that? It's someone singing fingers in his ass to the whole entire beat and rhythm, whatever the fuck it is, to Ascor's theme from Undertale. Someone, Ascor himself, sang that song. He's got the name for it. He's got the name for it. Let's hear it. No. No. Okay, so we all agree now the Undertale soundtrack mogs Deltarune Chapter 1, right? Just Chapter 1. We're not including 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like Undertale, you know, arrow pointing to the right, and Deltarune, parentheses, Chapter 1 only, close parentheses. We agree, right? It remains to be seen, like for me at least, because if you've already played all the chapters and you can make your own decision, you're big boys and girls. Like maybe Deltarune entire thing, arrow pointing right, Undertale, right? Best Deltarune song overall. The Third Sanctuary. Wow. Attack of the Killer Queen. Is it gonna sound like the Queen song? Low-key Big Shot was decent. Oh yeah, none of the songs we listened to from Deltarune today were bad. Attack of the Killer Queen is kind of Star Fox-like. Really? Which one? Which Star Fox? Sorry. All right, let's talk to Herlock a little bit, then we'll say thank you to bits and subs if there are any, and then we'll continue with this. Oh, thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? More like the paw-fessor. Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Huh. Prize throat, Van Zieks would know all about that, I suppose. Damn, it's not just me, huh? Wow, okay. Who's the person I said thank you to yesterday? Last person. Was it Pink Hair 3D? Marsh Malone. I think it was Marsh Malone. Thank you, Pink Hair 3D, for the 50 months while the stream is down. Thank you very much. Why this title, Joe? Because the next Deltarune chapter came out today. So it's just a joke. Like, RuneScape has Rune in it. It's a really bad joke. It's just like, yeah. I've been struggling to think of titles lately, so it just came to me in a dream. I've been awake for 40 minutes, however long the stream is, plus 20 minutes. So, you know, it was a bit of a rush job. Deltarune. Maybe one day we'll try RuneScape. One day. Thank you, Huli Godot, for the 36 months. Thank you for 3 years. Am I saying your name right? I'm second guessing myself now. Is it Julie after all, or is it Huli? Huli Godot? Gordot? Thank you, in August, for the 79 months with, hey, can you just pretend this is my mod anniversary? It'd be really helpful. Thanks. Are you really not getting any? Because even Top Lettuce, the Twitch mod that was previously banned from Jads is getting mod anniversaries. That's strange. Why are you not getting them? I'm sorry, August. You're lead mod too. Huh. Do you want to put in a support ticket, or this is not that important? Haven't got one either? Huh. Is there any, like, OG mod that's getting them? If you were made a mod before the streak started, are you just not onboarded to that system, or no? What did you do on Jads to get banned? If memory serves, Top Lettuce got banned from Jads for being directly asked not to @ the mods, and you wouldn't believe what they did in their next message. Thank you, Voltage. I don't know why. It's a V4. Thank you, V4, for the 31 months. Greetings, Anderson JPH. Greets. How's it going? How's it going, V4? Hope you're doing well. Thank you, 4K HLUT, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. 4K. subbing in 4K. Thank you, Bry Go Oh My for the 6 months too with the Dancing Joms. We love our Dancing Joms. Thank you, Com908 Com for the 500 bits. When I saw your title, I thought you were going to actually agree to play RuneScape, so I faked a family emergency to get off a work call. I feel like the bare minimum you should give us at least one old school RuneScape stream. All right, you know what? We'll try old school RuneScape one time at some point in the indeterminate future. Should we put a deadline on it? At some point before the end of 2027, we will do an old school RuneScape stream just to see what it is, okay? You know what, Com? If you want to pick the day, we'll do it on that day. But it can't be tomorrow. What's a significant RuneScape day? And we'll do an stream. Before 3 Hows? Yeah, of course. Do we need to clarify that it'll be streamed on Twitch and also I'll be using a microphone to talk? Like, are we just like, how much more obvious things do we have to state? All you do is get numbers to 99. It's so arbitrary. That sounds awesome. What microphone? A Shure, it's 7B or whatever, like everyone else uses. I think I should get a Rode one though. You're talking to an idle game lover. You know what? Speaking of that, I tried the new hit orb game that all the kids are enjoying last night, and I'm not feeling it. I feel like maybe I'm not built to ponder the orb. I just feel like I was pondering the orb just to ponder the orb more, and I need more in my idle games. I need like a point to it. Like I don't understand. Like when I'm making cookies in Cookie Clicker, I understand that I'm feeding the world of cookies and my cookie number's going up, and that makes me happy, and I'm like, I understand what I'm doing, but when I'm pondering the orb, I'm like, why? It's just the orb for the orb's sake. This is an NL bit, move on. Joe, what's in the NL bit? Do we have plans for Space Memorial Day yet? Factorio Space Age run? Did the orb call you a weeb? Nothing, I don't actually watch NL. Thank you, Amy for Pez, for the 58 months. After a bunch of gift subs and bits yesterday too. Happy birthday again, Amy for Pez. What do you mean RuneScape? I thought this was some announcement of that League of Legends MMO thing. Are they doing that? That's news to me. League of Legends has always been a series that I think is weird that they didn't expand into a lot more games with its own MMO. Yeah, I feel like they had a moment where if they had struck while the iron was really, really hot, they could have went gangbusters. But instead they made a fighting game. So I don't know. Is that even out? They're making an MMO, yes? Okay. God, I wonder how bad I would be at League of Legends now. I did play Hunt Showdown again recently, and I had no money, so I went in with just a spear and a health kit, and I went to the new trench compound, and I managed to kill a duo with just my spear, and I stole their weapons, and I felt like such a king. It's like, yeah, first round back, yeah. Thank you to Ire Fashion. Hopefully I'm saying the name right, for the 19 months. Exams are finally over, so I hope I can finally watch the VODs for everything I missed. Unfortunately, Deltarune came out 1 hour ago, so I have to play it instead of watching the stream. Just mute the music and put Undertale's soundtrack in the background. You can thank me later. Congratulations on getting through exams. I hope you did well. Thank you, Pedro Lucas NS, for the 26 months. Thank you very much. Just over 2 years. Thank you. I'm pretty stupid. I am too. Yeah, for the 8 months. With enjoy your time off. I will try if we ever get to it. Yeah, maybe next week is gonna be a skip week. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm hungry to play 007. But it doesn't look like I'm moving. So unfortunately, still don't have a lease. Last message I got was like 9 days ago, which was something like we'll send you the lease soon. I'll keep you updated, and then just not a peep. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Thank you, Henry White, for the 39 months. Thank you so much, Henry White. Hope you're well. Thank you, Naiko Choco, 77, for the 5 months also. Also hope you're well. I'm well wishing everyone now, because now I feel rude. Thank you, Luigi, the Epic Korean. Epic, for the new sub. Welcome, Luigi. It's Luigi. Thank you, I Eat Random Berries, for 17 months with She Delta on Rune till I'm mid. Congratulations on surviving more. I Eat Random Berries, thank you, 17. Thank you, Andres, or Andres 114 for the 18 months. No, 18 minutes ago, 11 months. She joomed in my Joe till I joms. Is this what we're doing now? With the joms? All right. Joom. Thank you, Andres. And last one for now is Etol Rock, Uwu for the bits. He's never been more right. Undertale music is better. Oh man, why is he stopping on this one? All right, I do have some more on my list, but let's actually read some of the VN, and then we'll continue. Wait, we're not? Oh, this looks really nice, doesn't it? My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Suzato, and typically not you at the same time. So, Asogi had like a whole ass brush in the prison cell? Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things that come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Suzato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. I hate practice. I hate practice. I wonder if that's one of my biggest flaws as a person. I hate practicing. To get better at something, it has to be like novel to me the whole entire time. Wait, we're still doing the investigation? Is this ADHD? Stop diagnosing people! Second November, Showms this week.
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zaren.
What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Oh no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Aww. Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Susie, that's your dad. Are you stupid? What? Iris, is she even listening? You recognize Kazuma right away in the same mask, but you don't recognize your dad? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Situation, sighting of cucumbers. Minimo, let's go, cucumbers. No, I'm sorry. Well, that worked. The kids love that song. The girls especially. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. We're not gonna do a dance to figure out. Ah, Mr. Showms, do you mean? Cucumbers, no. Cucumbers, no. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, oh, it's open! Uh-oh. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. One day soon, Sherlock is gonna stop dancing with us, and he's never gonna dance with us again. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Unlike Tanker Smash, who's resubscribing for 12 months, thank you very much for the 1 year Tanker Smash. Hope you're well. Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for gifting out a sub as well. Thank you, thank you. Also, some bits without a message afterwards. I'm not sure what that's all about. Is there a message in chat I can read? Or, like, did you forget to send it? I think you are the bits too. Man, the metaphysics of Toy Story universe get more and more bizarre with every entry they add. I have so many questions. Yeah, I feel like they just said fuck it to that at some point. Yeah. I think we're gonna go see Toy Story 5 soon, next week. So, in the theaters, the kids want to go. So, hopefully it's good. Is it being well received or no? First means German was actually clearly use the German no grass of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered a German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar. It was really lovely, I liked it more than before. Does a toy penguin get hit in the head with a microphone at some point? And resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in a state of elation. Now, to the next question. Is he drunk? Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Third time to use settee? Localizers high-fiving in the room? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. Or was it now? The King of Germany. King of Limbo. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Bum, 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 bum. The King of Germany. Shows this is dog shit. Yeah, I wonder if he... Does he, like, intentionally tank these in order to de-escalate? I mean, last time he did it while a bomb was about to explode, so maybe not. Maybe he's just stupid. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable... Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. The only thing I'm upset about is that you didn't ask for more money. You could have held out for 100. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or, I should say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. I'm also drinking out my favorite coffee cup today. It's blue. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. You know what? I hope just this once he's right. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Does the orb game get better? Because I'm kind of bored of the orb. With your silence as well. The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Zato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved the muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. A trifle. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Susie's fucking catchphrase and known trait, saying what things are true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to... in his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. That was Susie trying to do a German accent, but couldn't quite do it. I would ask to keep that minor error to yourself. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to assess. There's something I read said like one time Holmes is gonna dance with us and he'll stop and he'll dance with us again. There's a really sad thing about being a parent and also about being a kid is that at one point in the past your parent picked you up, put you down, and never picked you up again, right? And it's true, right? Like yeah, it's they didn't know it was the last time they were gonna pick you up and put you down. So I make it a point, even though the boys are getting quite heavy, that like I pick them up all the time. Last time was actually kind of hard to lift Finn up. He's how heavy? I don't know how heavy Finn is. He must be at least 70 pounds. Maybe he's getting close to 80. I don't know, but like yeah. So I'm still picking him up and throwing him around a bit. Yeah. It's good exercise. It is good exercise, yeah. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Is that why you started working out? No, I told you before. The reason why I started working out was because I know at some point in the future that an Elden Ring fan is going to punch me as hard as they possibly can in the face when they see me in public, and I'm not losing that fight. I need to be able to tank it. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I like to hear your singing. And I like to hear singing, but this man flirting? Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune? Do you suppose? As I said, he'll be stock still the entire time, and if you look close, yeah, you're right. What I really need to be learning how to do is parry a throwing knife in midair. Huh. Shit. His lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Well, the cup's empty, that's for sure. So I suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drunk the contents. Iris' special brands are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. So I can understand wanting to vocalize those feelings. Certainly, I don't understand what happened here. How did a tea make him pass out like this? In fact, but he's not passed out. He's singing. In fact, Mr. Naruhodo, you often erupt in boisterous laughter after drinking Iris's tea. I do. Maybe I should take some lighter laughter lessons from Suzato-san in the near future. Did Sherlock fill the sugar cup with cocaine and didn't say to Iris? Uh-oh. We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So, does that mean... No, surely not. It couldn't be. Could it? No, it's most definitely not him. Oh. No, of course it's not. Thank goodness. But then, why is this gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid, once again, I really have no idea. Okay, is it not her dad? Is it a fake out? Hey Joe, I've been dragged into streaming for an internship thing to promote teamwork. As a professional, E-Clown, do you have any pro tips? Take every opportunity for a joke. Shoot all your shots. It's better to have like a 1% hit rate than not taking any chances at all. Yeah, just go for it. Just go for it. And anything that comes into your... Okay, almost anything that comes to you... 70% of things that come into your head, you should say. Just go for it. Just go for it. Always be pawning. Always be pawing for the next joke. Yeah. Thank you, Rainy Day Brew, for the 3 months. Are you seriously asking? Because I don't know if I have. I don't. Like I said, I'm not suited for this job. I'm pretty good at the results. Like when I say I'm not good at this job, like the streams are entertaining. I understand that. The videos I make on YouTube, you make videos, they're pretty good. You know, I understand that. It's not the results I'm talking about. It's like how I act in accordance and react to like stuff that happens afterwards is why I'm not suited for this job. Thank you, Rainy Day Brew, for the 3 months with, hey Joe, I was getting tilted watching the VOD. Next time you make spaghetti, add 1 or 2 whole carrots to the bolognese when you are cooking the sauce. Carrots have natural antioxidants that absorbs the acidity. You can throw the carrot in the compost trash after. Source, gay chef with a similar diet restrictions as you who is prescribed stomach acid meds way too late in life. Oh shit! Hold on. Are you still here? Do I cut up the carrots? Or do, like, when you say whole carrots, are you saying like 2 whole carrots cut up so they absorb surface area? Or just literally just put 2 fucking whole carrots in? Do I peel them or no? Both are fine? Okay. Carrots are tasty, what the fuck? I feel like biting into a carrot while you're having bolognese might be a bit too sweet compared to the rest of it, but maybe not. Just throw in the whole carrot, not cut. Okay. Joseph is insanely contagious. Usually funny when whatever joke you usually. Yeah, it does really grind my gears that the reason why I'm probably a successful streamer has nothing to do with anything other than people like hearing me laugh. That's it. So. You know how people look at like hot attractive people on the platform that stream with the webcam and people show up just to look at them. It's like they won the genetic lottery when it comes to being able to stream. I won the genetic lottery when it comes to having a laugh. Although some people hate my voice. Although my voice has changed a lot over the years, so I'm not sure. I don't know if that just happens or I just like subconsciously changed my voice over time. I don't know. But if you go back, I sound like a completely different person. I don't know if it's because I got older or if I just started speaking like differently. Like I tried to have like a different cadence when I'm talking, and that just made me assume like a different voice over time. I'm not sure. I was also like for the first few years of streaming, I was super nervous. So I was also nervous recording YouTube videos as well. So maybe it was just like nerves were getting to me. So I don't know. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. Wait, no. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn, but machines are singing. That can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Huh? Ugh, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
Okay, could this be the dumbest dance of deduction yet? The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. Mikotoba's dead. In other words, Sumari, the gentleman, isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Okay, so the dance deduction's off now, right? We're just gonna take him to the hospital? The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. He also arrived in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, and Smo, King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. A-doo-up. A-dooby-doo-up. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we all well know. Whoa! It does belong to a king? Kazuma's not your king? Oh, Van Zieks would be the king, yeah. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Who? Ah, I just thought this might be the mask's true owner, but sorry, it belongs to my king, so yeah. No, as far as I'm aware. Now remind me, who are you again? Sorry. I do my best to forget those who so spectacularly hamper my logic and reasoning. Make your exit, please. Leave the deduction limelight to those who deserve it, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought you'd forgotten my name. We of all people should know that mask. That's right. After all, it's been here on the coffee table for some time now. Although, how it came to be there, I really don't know, actually. Let's not worry about that little detail for now. The point is, we ought to be able to clear up the matter who owns this mask for easily. Well, whoever owns the mask who's currently wearing it. So it's Mikotoba, yeah. Yeah, he's the one who's wearing it, so he's the owner of it. All right, chat, we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Here we go. Here we go. How is this not accepted? This is fucking stupid. Why won't we accept this one? This is stupid. So if I steal something, I own it? You know what? You're right. That's a good point. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I was wrong.
Take that!
Do. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazumi Hisogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though it doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But now is a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. Joe must have incredible reading speed to be able to pick up one guy at TM so fast. Yeah, I actually read all of chat, so when I pick out, I intentionally pick out the worst chat message to represent chat to escalate things as high as they possibly can go. Yeah. I read all of it. It's not just seeing one guy in the middle and just being like, boo, like no, I read it all. We need only excuse ourselves in advance. Gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. I have no idea who this is. Father! I'm afraid, Mrs. Otto, you must be mistaken. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth of the mysterious mystery. Oh, she's doing it! It's my unconscious father, Eugen Mikatova. Oh, I love Susie. Can Susie have her own game? Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Susie's German? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. Thank you for the 10 gifts, subs, Reasonable Horse. Thank you very much. So reasonable. Thank you. And thank you, Mediocrities, for gifting us up to Skitter the Tryhard. Interesting name. Skitter. Pitter Patter. Let me at her. Thank you very much. So it's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, do we? I like coins. I miss when most things were handled with coins. When I was a kid, I would collect coins and be able to go down the shops and like buy a bunch of chocolate, like with a bunch of coins. And now everything's just got so expensive, it's all fucking paper money and shit. I like coins. But anyway, father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. Coins are having, but yeah, I understand the logic of it, yeah. But I don't know. I just like coins. What is Iris really looking at? The metal chest for sure. Is it just 2? Usually there's 3 to look at. This slipper features in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, doesn't it? It does! When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very nearly fainted with excitement. Doesn't Iris keep her 11s in there? 11s? Yes, that part was never mentioned in stories. We could swap it for the Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, Sumari for a wooden Gata sandal? But then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside, which matters because isn't 11s like a snack? Now I think about it. Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. I also often have a backpack on when I go out, so I can carry more stuff when I go to the grocery store. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note still looking from her bag that I just haven't noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Do you have a fanny pack? I do not have a fanny pack, no. This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. It was unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. Is she allowed to go in this chest, or is she can go in this chest. It's just the ones that are in the pawn shop or Sherlock keeps from her, right? Or were they I can't remember. Was it just us that wasn't allowed to go in the chest? Can't remember. It's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. Nah, but it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Huh? Wasn't it Rio that just said that? I merely need to open this chest, but Holmes is doing it. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Oh. He's deed. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. She really does look like a younger Iris from AI Somnium Files too, doesn't she? Is it a reference? Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, Sumari, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... I hope we get it wrong and Susie has to correct this. This is somewhat different to the usual dance introduction you perform, Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. You can dance if you want to, and anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Zato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. We're LARPing as Herlock. This is a pure Herlock line. Look at this. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine the Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation. That was great writing. Oh my god, that was awesome. That was so good. All right, there's the key. Okay. Is it just the key or no? That's a key she's holding. Look, I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. All right, so when did she replace the trunk with this trap one so she could read all of the papers? Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, when Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hand. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikutoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Those things were on the metal chest, and after he fell, he just catched them. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? No. Considering the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikuto opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, no. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? Susie, say no, say no. This is the great detective's office after all, a place of miraculous seductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. What do you think, everyone? So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? No.
Objection!
Oh! And now he's being the lawyer. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. But, Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction, Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah, she is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. It's correction? You're correcting us? So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Oh, never mind. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, Sumari, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Sholmes' favorite cup. Oh, what's left of it? Just the handle. It was obviously hurled into the air along with Professor Mikotoba and Hurley. If only it had been this cup that had caught on his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide, it's clearly not this handle. Okay, so what's going on? Did she replace the chest and make a trap? Did she take all the stuff out of it and put the trap in there so if Holmes ever opened it, she'd have time to fix it? Or did Holmes rig the trunk to be a trap and he forgot? Because that's also an option. That's a cute backpack. Surely this time at last the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. So the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Is it really not the thing that's sticking out here? Huh. Oh! Ah, look. There seem to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
I'm also in the room for some reason. Also got knocked out. I'm over in the corner. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Aw, so stylish. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. I love this shit. Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. To hide the case file. What the fuck, Joe? What'd I do? What'd I do? In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. Booby. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. One second, chat. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, father! Perhaps you should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. I feel like just drag him by his feet and let him rest on the settee is good enough. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Is there stairs up to the attic, or is it allowed? No, stairs. You can see the stairs in the background, because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. Huh. No better way to drag him up like a trunk. Perhaps that was deliberate. Huh. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. How strong is Sherlock? Your daddy. Who is your daddy, and what does he do? Would you like to tell us about Iris, about your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see? He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. Your dad just abandoned you? Does your dad know? Did he know that he had a daughter? Like, what? But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah, wait, what? His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But... Ooh. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even to look at it there, and for the first time in my life I did not have a camera to take a photographic print, so I couldn't take a picture of it. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read, Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided that there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Clint's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The autopsy report of the final victim of the infamous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. Let's take it into court. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happens. Okay, so this, I was completely wrong about what happened outside the house then, because I pictured like, this is the trunk. So, the body was already there then, and they didn't see it when it was moved, or what? I thought it was like a huge trunk. So I've been in fucking La La Land thinking that the big trunk had something to do with this. Look at this dark stain here, do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes, to think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. No? Okay, can we open it? Let's have a look inside. What the fuck? I was expecting like vials of animal blood. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? The passport has been entered into the court record. Passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. You guys did kill him. Oh, shit. Why? Oh, maybe not. Maybe you just witnessed something and we can ask you. It would be good to bring these two in as witnesses, and then we could look judge as a witness. Hello, it's me, the judge. How's it going, witness? Oh, I'm also the witness. How's it going, judge? We sound the same. Yeah, maybe it's that. Oh shit. I didn't look at the thing. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Oh, that's it? Okay. I thought it would be entered as evidence. Clint's autopsy report. Clint Van Zeek's male, age 33, nationality British, time of death 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Scarlet ink? Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. What evidence? Do we not get to know what the evidence is? What evidence? He ate something? Day of departure within 1 week of the 31st October. Destination port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Within 1 week of 31st October. Wait, so he didn't go to France? He was just planning to leave. Did I misunderstand? My guess from what just happened is that he went to France, and then it just so happened that he was on the same boat that went to England that Mikotoba and Jigoku were on when they came over here. Didn't they say something like that? Am I just like, am I doing like a dark morb right now? Like what's going on? Am I misremembering details? It's hard to keep it all in my head. I'm not reading chat right now. My eyes are closed. I think I might have made a mistake. I feel like this is when I feel like this is a repeat of what was it, like 2 trials ago, where I was like utterly convinced that this was like the guy was trying to fake his death via the hot air balloon thing so he could disappear, and I was just stuck on that for like, I don't know, like hours, and then it was wrong. I feel like I fear I'm making the same mistake again here with this. And I'm trying to force details. I don't think so. We'll see. Okay, is there any document we have that's written in red? No, I don't think so. Okay. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Oh, we don't get to find out why there was a boxing glove rigged to a spring trap in the trunk? No? What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Well, it's not? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. Iris is your half-sister? What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And, now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Mikotoba's been fucking because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Yaoi doesn't result in Iris's chat, so this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? It does? It does! 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, and also forging signatures, which would be assembled in the full autopsy report. One of Wilson's quirks was that he hated signing things, so Mikotoba just learned to sign documents for him. Okay. Hold on, that means Mikotoba wrote the stories? Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Oh. The details of Clint's autopsy report have been updated in the court record. Hold on, sorry, I actually am gonna ask chat for clarification because I feel like I didn't understand that. Okay, so what we just learned is that when because it's typed, right? So when Iris saw this, all of this writing here that we're seeing, this is in Mikotoba's handwriting, even though it's printed. This is Mikotoba's handwriting, but the signature is a different writing, and that's John H. Wilson's writing, right? So she's not recognizing the signature as her dad. She's looking at the other thing and saying the handwriting there. Okay, and the reason why she would conclude that she wouldn't notice that the handwriting was in a different name is because people usually use a more ostentatious writing when they sign their name, I'm guessing. So she didn't clock that they're different, I'm guessing. Okay, all right. So the fact that it's typed is kind of messing me up there. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. If Mikotoba is the one that was his partner, and then he went back to Japan, is that why Sherlock was on the ship in order to make sure Kazuma didn't get to the UK, because Mikotoba was like, hey, I know what my adopted son is trying to do and we need to stop him from doing it. I can't convince him otherwise, but we need to make him so he doesn't get there because he's gonna get embroiled in some shit. Is that what's going on? Because that would explain why Sherlock lied. And it would also explain why he was even on the ship to begin with. Really? Mikotoba? Really? He's the one that did the stories. He's Iris' dad. Really? What the fuck? But if this autopsy report and records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Sumare, Miss Suzaru's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba! Kept you waiting, huh? Sholmes and Mikotoba. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugen Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Suzato-san to take in. Wow, Herlock didn't recognize his old partner because he's wearing a mask? Wow, he's dumb. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Shishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging in my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. And also, he started fucking, the case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Shishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But, nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. I would be fuming right now. Fuming. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I didn't. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. You should have seen something else coming too, yeah. Iris's father. Thank you, UKFD, for the 11 months with the jobs. Thank you very much. Almost a year. Thank you, Ukfud. UKFD. Thank you. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest. Okay, it's pretty good that we didn't tell her that her dad was dead then. So what? Okay, so Mikotoba comes to, sorry, I need to make sure I have this right. This is so convoluted, not in a bad way. Well, maybe a bad way, we'll see, but this is very messy. So Mikotoba comes to Japan. Mikotoba comes to the UK. Then he comes in the UK. He comes to the UK. So, and then he meets up with Herlock at some point. And then as he's there, they start doing mysteries together, solving cases. He starts writing about their adventures and exploits in a bunch of notebooks and stuff like that. And at some point toward the end of his time in Japan, time in the UK, he meets a woman, presumably knocks her up, and then he leaves. And then there's a kid. He has to go back to Japan for whatever reason. I don't know why, but there's some pressing reason. And then Herlock raises wow, that's yaoi. Holy shit. Sorry. So Herlock raises Iris as his own daughter, right? Fucking two dads. All right. Raises her as his daughter on behalf of Mikotoba and looks after her. At some point, she finds the papers in the trunk. Herlock says that your dad wrote those, but I can't tell you your dad's name. She reads them, and then she got the name Dr. Wilson Wilson just by happenstance of seeing the writing that he did on the report, the autopsy, because it was signed in a different name and he did the right. That is so fucking specific to make her have this wrong conclusion. Holy shit, that is so... I don't like that. I don't like that, but okay, we'll move on, okay? So that's why she gets the name as Dr. Wilson. So we think that Dr. Wilson, who was her dad, and she thinks that too, and Herlock, the idiot, doesn't correct her. So that's why she came to that conclusion, when in reality, Dr. Wilson was just someone else that was there at the time and had nothing to do with Iris, but they were friends. They just knew each other, right? Did I explain that? I don't think I explained that very well, but I think that is correct. Okay, so the reason why Susie really likes the stories and knows about Herlock Sholmes is because the dad has been reading those stories because, oh look, my daughter in the UK is writing these, and so that's why I want to read them so much, right? So that's why he's like reading them from afar, and they must have been around, and Susie started reading them too. So that explains. That's not a coincidence. It explains why there's a connection there and why she likes them so much. I guess Herlock was called by Mikotoba to be on the ship. It wasn't a coincidence, and asked about Kazuma. So why is the story about the Hound? Why doesn't he want that to be published? Is that something to do with the Mikotoba connection, or is it about the professor, or is it something else entirely? He and Jigoku are forced to go back to Japan after the professor trial and indictment because there were other 2 Japanese students and the government was like, I think your study tour is over. Yeah, that is the reason why they had to go back. Yeah, okay, so that's why he was forced to go back, and I'm guessing that the lady, whoever she is, was pregnant at the time, so it's not like he could take her with him, or maybe she didn't want to go, or maybe like he couldn't take the daughter. Where is the mother? Did the mother die in childbirth? Was that said, or is the mother just, you know, don't worry about it, kitten? Nobody knows. There is no mother. Herlock is the mother. Herlock invented an M-Preg vat. All right. So that all the notes in the Great Detective Adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told the young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Oh shit. I am. Oh no. Upon my word, Miss Susato, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. What was the method? You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Oh, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. Okay, so the reason why we got so embroiled with Holmes as well was that he was looking after Susie on behalf of his old friend. So this is really just all about Susie. It's not about us. And it just so happens that we were along for the ride, and we did pretty well. Okay, all right. So this has explained a lot of coincidences now. I actually like this. I don't like the part about this that I don't like is the conclusion Iris made about the signature at the end. Everything else I like. It's now made it so it's not. It just so happens that Susie grew up reading the stories about Sherlock Holmes, and it just so happens that on our way to the UK, we just somehow happened to run into Sherlock Holmes, and it just so happens that he deduces that Kazuma can get the fuck off the ship, and then when we get to London, it just so happens that we run into him again. It just so happens that we start living with Sherlock Holmes, and she's the one that read all the story. Like he was already a part of the story. We just didn't know it just now. The only part I don't like is the Iris conclusion about Wilson. Yeah, I can look over that. I won't, but I could. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have urgent matter that requires a short excursion. Oh yeah, sure. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Susie, takedown. No, go. Why was there a boxing glove on a spring trap in the trunk? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. Rent, so get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visited our home after 10 long years. Why did you write the exploits in English? And when I opened the chest with a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Aww, I wouldn't, but aww. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It is more than I could have hoped for my wildest dreams. Why did you recall her then, and then just let her go back? Very well then, we'll speak again later. Have second thoughts about something maybe? So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose?
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
That was Sherlock's plan all the time, all along. Create chaos in order for the truth to come out. Chaos. End. Wait, what? What? Oh, it is the last case. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, holy shit. Okay, all right, it's a two-parter. All right, fucking hell. The resolve of Runescape Naruhodo. Oh, are we gonna become important all of a sudden? Oh, no intro? Okay. What was the resolve? To spend all the budget? 3rd November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come for a break. Be right back. Is this a different version of this track? Because it's pretty good. All right, so maybe we can finish this week. Maybe we can. Because I thought we weren't even going to be into episode 5 until the end of today's stream, and now we're into episode 5. Okay. Is there going to be like a whole other investigation at some point, or what? Yes, we scran. Yes, we scran. Yes, we scran. Thank you, Kaylee Gal, for the 17 months also. Thank you very much. Hope you're well, Kaylee Gal. If we had pushed forward yesterday, we would have ended at the end of the episode. But now it kind of caught me by surprise here. So it'd be like, ooh, this case is pretty long. No, what are you talking about? It's half over. So the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. No, it's probably going to be tomorrow or the next day. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Suzato. Oh my god, that cringe goblin is my half sister. I can't fucking believe it. Miss Suzato. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruto? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. You already have. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Zaza-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks, you would not believe the day I've had. Thank you for all your efforts. So I was thinking about Iris, and I think she could have worked without being a genius. She did say in the first game that Sholmes is the one who actually makes the inventions, and she thinks up the ideas. The stories could be mostly pre-written. The stuff she changes, where all stuff like changing cat to snake is more exciting. She could see a world where she believes she's a genius, but not a child prodigy. Yeah, I just like the child prodigy thing, but I don't know, like... She did grow up with Holmes as a dad, right? And it seems like... like you either come out of that being a genius or a dummy. I like the genius kid thing. I hate it. I can't stand it. I cannot stand the child prodigy thing. She hasn't been too bad, though. There's definitely worse versions of it. Yeah. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruto. Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight. Who's hotter? Barack Von Zeeks, Kazuma. It's obviously Van Zeeks. Like, easily. Shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. You're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, the cube? I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Huh. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield the deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. Have we? When I lost him. I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. Kazuma is the one I could more easily pretend is a woman if I were to force to marry a man in the Victorian era, so my vote goes to him. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Feeling have to explain the vote in chat? And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Yeah, he was my brother, dumbass. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. Oh, I have killed people, just not like this. I never thought I'd say this. But I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny any longer, you are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Wow. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Can we tell Iris who her dad is and that she has a dad? Can we get the... Oh. I wanna go back so bad and see how Mikotoba reacted to Iris in the hotel lobby. Was he doing poker face, or what did he say? I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. I hope it has truth serum in it, and as soon as we drink it, he's gonna be like, here we go. I thank you. Oh, hee hee. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. I think one of the reasons why Iris works where a lot of other child prodigies don't is that, and this is almost criticism of it at the same time too, though, is that she still feels like she's like a 10-year-old kid. Like, she still acts like a kid, and then it's just, oh, but I also happen to be a genius and I do all these genius things, but while I'm doing those things, I'm still acting like a kid. Whereas like a lot of other like child geniuses are basically just like a 20 or 30-year-old person that is just happens to be portrayed as a kid, and they just act like it, like, you know, they're drinking coffee, they care about the VAT. You know, they're just like, oh god, I had a really hard day at work today. It's like, shut up, you're 9. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's that sort of thing. Like, it's just so, but I still don't like it in either case because, like, why, you know? But like, she just, you can just memory hole the fact that she's a great inventor or stuff like that. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen the autopsy report from Dr. Sai's laboratory. Like, a lot of writers have the child prodigy, and they make it so they're basically an adult in every single way, in every single capacity. And then every so often they'll be like, oh, but they're still a kid, so let's get them into trouble and cause conflict because they're gonna act like a kid in this scene only, and then it's back to being an adult after that, and it just comes across as shit. And really, really forced, whereas she acts like a kid almost all the time. So at least there's some level of consistency there, you know what I mean? Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Is she allowed? Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously, but I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Has she figured it out? Oh yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dots that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm, a little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Is it a bomb? What? Pull his ears? What are we doing? That's right. Are you running away? Have you figured something out, but you haven't figured out it's Mikotobi yet? Are you going to Japan? Are you just gonna run to a boat right now? That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Iris's lucky charm has been entered into the court record. Little doll of Mr. Sholmes in hair form. I've been told to tug its ears or I've run out of options in the trial today. What are we doing? You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? Do it. I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know. Is there like a little voice box inside that it's gonna say some evidence? What could she possibly have planned? I just sneaked a peek into the courtroom. Sorry, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I killed him. I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mr. Zato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to the rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku, too. Oh yeah, Judge Jigoku. That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Greg's dead, remember? Counsel of the defense to the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck then, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. Suspicious tea delivery? Must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Lock horns with. But today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. 2 bucks fighting it out. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Third of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Lord Strongheart. What? Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. Also, I have to do the judge voice because I'm here. This is how judges sound. It's not my real voice, so forgive me if I don't do the voice very well. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Yeah, this is gonna be a fair trial. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, Sumari, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Okay, I guess I was wrong about him being involved then, or maybe he's somewhat involved, but not entirely involved, because, like, if we start to, if this case goes where I thought it was going to go, which was going to be that we were going to, like, unravel a grand conspiracy, and, like, and he's involved in it, like, he's the judge. He's not gonna sit here and just let us cook. Like, we're just gonna get booted out of the fucking courtroom. He's not gonna be like, well, all right, well, I don't like where this is going, but I guess I have to let it continue. Like, on a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zee. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Whoa! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barack von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Didn't say my lord, wow. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. Better music than Deltarune? Yeah, of course. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when he in fact wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder, it's actually fucking me up that he doesn't look like the judge. I must have learned to like slip into the voice better when I see judge on stand, and it's like my head's going like, no, that's not judge voice. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. Something I know very much about. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi. Wow, it's just their show, huh? I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy. Is he gonna come round in the trial and we're gonna tag team Strongheart? But he's the judge. He can just say, fuck it, trial's over. Or is the gallery gonna become round too? I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. We don't get to present the updated autopsy report? But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday, that the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding these activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. Uh-oh. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Who is it gonna be? Oh, really? Okay, makes sense. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again. What's your problem, Moto? What's with that Gina, again? Look, eh? Everyone's psychic. The boss meant the world to me. He did more for me than anyone else ever did. What are you talking about? No, he didn't. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No, yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face, Lord Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. Oh, Gina. Character development, you hate to see it. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Alright, well that sucked. Smuggled goods? Under the table? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the yard's not. Holy shit, just immediately, look how much more involved he is and informed than the judge. Like, the judge is meant to be like this impartial sort of like, I'm reacting to the information coming. Like, he's look how much, like he's fucking doing. Holy shit. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club, and on the day in question. The accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zeeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Sue, Lord Van Zeeks has had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then, guilty. Counsel for the defense. Begin your cross-examination. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub. That kind of thing. So, errands more than orders, then. This detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. But a little search in the boss's office turned up a notebook and had a load of secret meetings in it. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. Patent pending. I'm sure your superiors will be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I stuck into his office when no one was about, because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. Got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it in one of his desk drawers at a false bottom. Speaking of false bottoms, that's impressive. So then I went and in myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it wouldn't have never have been found. According to that, the boss was looking to some smuggled goods dealing that day. Very good ways that that the testimony end is linking to the next round of testimony. Really, really good. Do you have any idea where those dealings are taking place? Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. In the club. Van Zieks would never go to one of those, but that won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. Oh, how fucking convenient. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could, too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Yeah, of course. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. Didn't Strongheart just say something about like though it could be linked to officials and higher up so that might be in the gallery? As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this. Yeah, there we go. Prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. Lost that voice, holy shit. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Oh, daddy's mad. Uh-oh. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trial on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. I get to show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at the gentleman's club called the Grouse.
Hold it!
The Grouse? The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Yeah, fucking... I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market stealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. There's so much back and forth in this trial. Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question. No doubt. You can't say that for certain though, surely. I'm Gina, not Shirley. What matters most is witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. She's got a point. Lord Van Zieks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zieks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he already discovered the inspector's secret notebook, which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? Oh. None have been identified at this time, no. So, the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. So why do we give a shit that Van Zieks was there then? Oi, why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh? So, that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zieks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zieks could have been lying to us, do you? No way. That's not the only way to explain this. Oh. If everything Lord Van Zieks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. Is there? Because I don't even know what we're trying to do right now. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. Uh-oh. That's what we should be looking for here. Okay, what if I don't? All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders to investigate what they're told, but a little search of the boss's office and notebook with the low secret meanings inside of it. Apparently, smuggled goods was going to happen at a gentleman's club called The Grouse. Looks like there's a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is the witnesses saw the repair place too. Okay, so I feel like it's this one, because this is the one that we have to add to the testimony, but maybe not? What are we doing? Is it one of the new ones? Is it that are we doing that Gregson wasn't even in the UK to be there at that time, or what? I'm confused what we're even trying to do. Okay, so Van Zieks was at a club where some people were doing were selling smuggled goods. Okay, and yeah, go on. Who gives a shit? Okay, we're already out. Let's tug the ears. Genuine question, disregarding if it's a dick move or not. If someone draws art of a celebrity they like, then the celebrity uses the art with asking permission. Is it okay or not? Asking the question because my friends are having an argument about it. What do you mean, like, uses the art? Like, post it on their socials to get some likes? That's fine. But, like, using it in, like, merch that they're selling? Like, no, obviously, that's not cool. People commission pictures of themselves all the time, right? Like, there's artists that that will draw you for money, like that sort of thing. Just because someone draws you doesn't mean you have rights to the fucking picture, right? I don't know what we're doing. I have no fucking clue. I've fallen on my face on the first one of this trial. I don't even understand what we're meant to be doing. Okay, all yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Okay, he doesn't do that. But a little search of the boss's office turned him a notebook with a lot of those secret meetings in it. Okay. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at a gentleman's club called The Grouse. Alright. Look at this big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper in the place too. Is this one of the ones where I have to press them again for more information or no? The details of a whole raft of cases dating back on years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look, out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Jones had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Why the Red-Headed League? What does that got to do with any of this? So that's all we've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with the article stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? This is not the only way to explain this. Oh, if everything Lord Van Zeeks told us is true, then there must be a mistake in his testimony somewhere. You mean there are details you yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Okay, so this seems like a prompt to go looking through the evidence. So is it just that he wasn't even in the I don't, sorry, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record. I don't even understand. Like, Kazuma isn't even claiming that Gregson was at this place. So I feel like that's not the contradiction I'm looking for. Okay, let's save it and see if it's that one.
Objection!
Nope, it's not that one. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must object to that last statement. And as the judge, I must deny your objection. There is no contradiction here. Oh, no contradiction, other than the fact that a Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British courtroom. That you let us do, put thereby was... Yeah, not so far, Lord G. Jevis, you yeah.
Objection! Objection!
Oh, shit. Okay, so it's not the passport.
Objection!
Oh, well, that British court recognized counsel. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. That's a different error message. Should I be wondering if I make it out of this courtroom alive?
Objection!
My lord, counsel defense must object. Okay, this is judge must object. Okay, that's a different one too. Okay. Okay, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I have no fucking idea. I'm just guessing. I have no idea what it wants from me. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders to investigate what they're told. Alright, doesn't seem like it's this one because you contradict that in the very next one. Below search the boss office, turned a notebook and added a little secret meeting is there. Okay, so is it could be that this book isn't his book or something like that, right? It could be something like that. I don't know how we can do that. Apparently smuggled goods deal is gonna happen in Gentleman's Club called the Grouse. I don't understand how we could like this statement is like, I don't see how we could say no to that one. Looks like, but that is the one that we added when we got it. Looks like it's a big job and all the coppers weren't onto it yet. Then how did Greg know about it maybe? Like, I don't know, like, What matters most is the witnesses saw the Reaper in the place too. Okay, what witnesses? We can't know about those, but also, like, Kazuma's saying there are no witnesses that are saying Gregson was there. It's just that maybe Greg was there here. Like, how is this relevant? I feel like we're trying to prove that Greg wasn't there, but I've already done, like, the stuff that says that Greg... I don't know how to... first of all, I'm not even sure if that's what I'm supposed to be saying. And secondly, I don't know how to say it other than the passport. Is it the trunk? Is there something I'm missing in one of these that I have to, like, I haven't looked at? Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of the departure might tell us something. That was, oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What, really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? So you follow orders to Eugenia. Nah, not me. Above all that, you see. Oh, the boss always had to have special orders for me. Grab us for ships, give the Tobies a grab, that sort of thing. So it's more like orders then. This detective's still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, the apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations of what happened. Didn't find much at first. We'll search the boss's office, turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things. Yeah, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd straighten me out on the street. This sounded less and less investigating more like something else. Prosecution says this is very detective who discovered this notebook. Yeah, you got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and his trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. Found it hidden in one of the desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me and have a bunch of what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. Okay, this sounds like what Van Zieks did as well, right? Ha! Van Zieks also went into his office to find it. I've given it in now. No, ain't I? If it weren't for me, it would never have been found. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was going to happen in a gentleman's club called the Grouse. The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I didn't get the Foggiest clubs exactly my thing, but I'm kind of curious. They're not places where foreign students like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector could go there undercover. Could you though? I could pick out a few good marks to see what else I could find out when I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, what's these black market deals we're going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's got to be. That's what the lower ranking detectives of the yard reckon. It says the even lower ranking detective. Looks like it's a big job and all, but the cops weren't onto it yet. So how is the Inspector Grayson going to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? I'm just an apprentice, so. And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's why I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question. You can't say it for certain, though, surely. What matters most is there are witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Okay, am I just supposed to prove that it's just a club? Lord Van Zieks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make sure the inquiries have confirmed it. Several members reported seeing the accused being admitted in the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that the Lord Van Zieks investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps you already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook, which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. Okay, what are we doing then? So the only part of the victim was the scene at this mysterious club. Why aren't you asking? I feel so stupid. I don't know, like, what's the point of this testimony then? Van Zieks was at a club. Okay, that's all I got to work with. Gina's not holding back with icicle stared at hers. I don't really know what to make of this. Lord Van Zeek's told us to investigate Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeek could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh, if everything Lord Van Zeek told us is true, then I must be mistaken in the testimony somewhere. You mean the details we have to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Maybe there's something about the club in this here, and we could say no, the club is just a regular club. No. No. Letter of introduction. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 00. Yokohama departure 11th September. London arrival 1st November. Oh, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk at the north coast of France the night before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh?
Objection!
I've heard about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. You got it? That kind of sucked. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do you know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. So the steamship happened to have the same name as a club where they think black market dealings are going on, but really it was just the same name and there are no black market dealings going on, even though it might have been politics there, and it just so happens that Van Zeeks was there. So, oh, did Van Zeeks read the same book and he went there too? He didn't understand it either? That would make that make sense, actually. Okay. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for a passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived in port at the port of Dover on 1st of November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, Sumari. On the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Or it's gotta be the evidence that demonstrates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 1st of October. Now it's gotta be the ticket, right?
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Ugh. Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. Who would want to go there? It doesn't... True! Other judges in the gallery watching. True! Yeah! And then someone going to France is unthinkable! I know, thank you! Someone in the crowd. This document for passage to France, it doesn't appear to be officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France? What could possibly have taken the victim there? Ha 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 ha. I'm impressed, Rinosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. Wait, you knew? What? You mean you knew about this? Oh, he's evil. The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But, personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Isogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Alright, if you don't cause a mistrial right now, Strongheart, you're dumb. Let me guess, that was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. My eyes! Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. It's just fucking giving yourself a medal. What I said yesterday was true. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. And people die when they're killed, as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak von Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi, which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that still. Even so, there's no way that person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. Fresh orders? No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Maybe he's giving himself orders? Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne? Barak von Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. Yeah, I'm hired to defend him. That's what we're here to do. Just, I'm not saying a predictable response from someone who's here to find him guilty. This is what we're doing. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, well, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reasoning for down the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. First Mikitoba and Judge Goku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. I don't know. We didn't ask. Did you just pfft us? What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. but I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark, but he fucked up and then the Reaper got mad and killed him. Gotta kill someone, but his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. Even if all them bludgers what got taken out at a comin', the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time in Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again. As a representative of Scotland Yard, consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. And it better be good. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates, and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. What was the name? Well, there was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Kind of buried the lead there, Gina? Keep disciplinary testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Shut up. Drink your judge juice. Shut the fuck up. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely. Rinosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Did Greg try to kill like Mikitoba and Jigoku and fucked it up and they killed him in self-defense? Is that what happened? So, who was his final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. Eh? Oh, how'd you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So if it's someone from overseas, let me have a bash at it. Seishiro, is it? Yeah, Seishiro. Jig-ok-yu, maybe. Wow. How could she not pronounce Japanese? Just, there's no silent letters at all. Just pronounce it. And there's no emphasis on any of the syllables either. Just read it. Lamayo? What the fuck? Wow, she's so terrible at this. What? It can't be. Shishiro Jigoku. But that's Judge Jigoku. Shishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name. You're right. Yeah, it's my name. I'm in the gallery. I'm the judge. No, I'm also the judge. I was here yesterday presiding over this court, but now I've been benched. Oh, who's talking? I have no idea. No, pick a different voice. It's just so confusing. Order. Wait, who's saying it now? That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. 3 judges, 1 gavel, but I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniable logical argument. True. Kazuma. I see why people come to these things now. I'm thoroughly entertained. you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Popcorn for the judges in the gallery. Oh shit! As a witness? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks? The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Uh-oh. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. A Reaper of the truth, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. Kiss him, and my lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information regarding the testimony given by the witness. Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. Really? The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel to the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. God, they're friends! What the fuck? At once, my lord. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff in it about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. In other words, Samari, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all, that ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may, that's bullshit. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law would to be beneficial. That's why I got bats from my bat cave. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game, and you like knew that information, and you're in court and you're letting him like provide evidence for your trials and shit. What the fuck? This is so fucking sordid. What the shit? There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? I'm just relieved that Van Zeeks didn't go to a gentleman's club of his own accord, that's all. Huh, was that a clue? Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry in there was 31st October. Just got here from the Avarice video, this guy hates Undertale? What the fuck? Names of victims, dates, places and stuff, what in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Assassin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. Fuck off. What, like a killer, you mean? I am Arthur, said Arthur. Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Vigilante, I can't say that in his voice. Vigilante, Vitorici. Then perhaps what is said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been? Clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Shishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grouse and Shishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Someone else read the fucking book, please. Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just added like a question mark or something there, I think. I need him to read a children's school book so bad. I need it like I need this man on Sesame Street. Okay, Elmo, and what does that spell? Perjury. That's right, it's perjury. Good job, Elmo. Elmo learning new word today. Elmo committing perjury. In other words, Sumari, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin. No, the name is Assassin. Assassin is the name. It said Grouse, the place on that date, and the name of the mark. And you're saying that the mark listed was Shishiro Jigoku? Where is Jigoku? Is he dead? Where is he? That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. Odo? Otto, so pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. And he's in the crowd, hello! I remember the man, he came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's man. Isn't he like a visiting minister from Japan? You were trying to assassinate him? Holy shit. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? After that fateful case? Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. I know this word from Death Stranding, right? How do you say it again? Repatriation, because it's patriot. Repatriation. Patriot. Yeah, there it is. Okay. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in ears got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. If there was a note about him being a criminal, what got carried away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or somewhat.
Hold it!
Elmo learns another new word. Today, Elmo is learning about yaoi. You heard what do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Don't ask me. I know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. It's not pay to win. I haven't paid a dime, and I've seen all the content, but he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Eula's my waifu! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I've forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? This is so messy. It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor's proceedings, you see. but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you're gonna break it yourself too. That was a very funny way of showing that animation. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No. Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. How could he have known? Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent. But he wasn't found innocent. He paid reparations, which means he was guilty on some level then. Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. But... Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? No sound effect for the objection there? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Otto? Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or summit? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do, usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please. For the boss. For Birger. For Birger. That outburst. The outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I think you're going to be forfeiting your judge card, bro. I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina. I agree with Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? Go back to Japan. There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean the second statement from the left? I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Come on, Odo, help! You gotta find a flaw somewhere. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? What does that mean? Amongst everything you've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? What inconsistency? What? What? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... I wanted to go back to the statement to see. Wasn't it her that said it? It was something that Gina said, wasn't it?
Take that!
Of course. By you, Gina. Of course. What's that supposed to mean, eh? Gina, Mr. Naruhodo? Gina is the person giving testimony here, so... If there are any inconsistencies, they can only have been introduced by her. Uh-oh. I don't know where you're going with this, but... Maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show to the court will clarify. In that case, the defense will present evidence to substantiate its claim. To which piece of evidence does this alleging is? I want to read the statement again. I didn't fucking what the fuck, man. What was it about? It was about the name in the book or something, or they were gonna go. Is it the trunk? Is it that the trunk was attacked? Is it ears time? Let's go trunk.
Take that!
It's this. This is the proof that the apprentice detective's earlier statement is flawed. It is? The only thing that evidence proves is that the man advocating for the defendant is nothing more than an apprentice lawyer. That'll learn you to go bandying that apprentice claptrap about. Sorry, I really put my foot in it there. Would have been a good clip though. I think this line of argument has run its course. And let its failure be a lesson to all you apprentices. I better listen very carefully to the testimony again. Oh, we didn't lose a thing, so that's what we have to work with. It may help us that Lord Van Zieks is in the stand too. Yes, perhaps. I'm sure Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point trying to get more out of her. Did you notice how Kazuma reacted to Lord Van Zieks' words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, the trial may end, and adjudication won't go in our favor. That's how trials work, yeah. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying. Alright, it was the second statement, wasn't it? That he said something about that? Names, victims, dates, and places and stuff. It was this one, wasn't it? Names, victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. This is the same name written over and over again. You mean Assassin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The Assassin. What, like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, the Reaper does indeed start an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what was said on the passport document. The additional one person, the additional person had been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Shiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry of the grouse decision, what name was written? Oh, well, it's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had a question mark or something there, like... In other words, Gregson didn't himself know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin? Oh, it wasn't that one. Was it the first one?
Hold it!
No, Gregson is basically the Reaper. Not you and all, isn't it? You could have been investigating the Reaper in secret and notebook of what he found. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate would be beneficial. You carried your investigations through into the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What do you want about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way the person could belong to this organization. Was it ahead? I had spies at the yard keeping me elsewhere, so I've been able to check the most recent book. I had an exception. You knew it said grouse? This is long testimony. Believing the reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there and did a question investigate alone. So that's what. Wasn't there a line of inquiry here that ended with Naruhodo going, oh shit, that maybe I'm overthinking it or something like that? But of course the inspector was not there because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Isn't that what he was referring to at the end? Or is that not what we're supposed to do here? Because I thought that was the game trying to lead me toward that conclusion. I was supposed to reference it there. I showed them the password to find the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? It's that one. What? Is it how does Kazuma know about the metal trunk? Is it that? I know it's totally helpful for solving this, but you can pursue Van Zieks for extra flavor text. Oh, can you really?
Hold it! Excuse me.
Lord Van Zeeks. Let me guess, is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask? Yes, exactly. You're very perceptive, whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend. Read them or reap them? Okay, I think maybe it's how does Kazuma know about I don't want to read the sorry to be sloppy here. I don't want to read that whole that was really long, so many back and forth. I don't want to read it all again until I have my hunches are gone. So let's see. Let's just fucking pursue Kazuma. Like how did Kazuma know about the trunk, I think.
Hold it! Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Eminal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain, and a relatively fresh one too. Wow, he's really fucking astute. What, you mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Nice. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. I too thought it was from fish and chips. That suggested the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it. Me, with my nose for trouble. Okay then, you can be reinstated. Keep your inspector badge. Humph. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Bro, what? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because of the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So, the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Elmo wants to see your sword. Elmo wants to see the sword. Is the sword missing? Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship then, it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Ha 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 ha. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. And so do I. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where's the evidence that ties Prosecutor Sogi to Inspector Gregson? Let's have a look inside. Gotta be this. Do I have to look at it first? Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of the blade. I hope he draws his sword, and it's not missing the tip, and it's like, haha, get fucked. And then Ryu goes, now draw your other sword. That would be cinema. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. It's Genbu'd. What? If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Sogi? Sword has no tip. You must acquit. Expertly done, Runescape. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean still at court, Prosecutor Sogi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was? You should know. You're the one who gave it to me. The assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. Oh, Susie. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be there. It will be in the register book. It will be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. How is this trial continuing? What are we doing? Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. Man, even his silhouette is hot. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, How did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Oh yeah, shit. I don't need to answer that. Oh, it's true, he doesn't. All right, let's move on. Yes, you do. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. No, what? As you wish, my lord. Bro, what? The great sword Kuruma has been entered into the court record. The illustrious blade passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. The prize sword tip has been a small piece missing. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Sashiro Jikiro remains unharmed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fucking stand. I better be wrong. I better be wrong. I better be wrong. Let me see. Where is it? Up here. Up here. What? I can't find anything out of place. I was wrong. Kuruma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Oh, holy shit! What about, like, right at the bottom? No? The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Kuruma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Yeah, what the fuck? You get it back and you just immediately break it? That's fucked up. To verify whether Shishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. Yeah, I think maybe he's dead. We haven't heard of him for ages now. It's really come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed. The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Reaper says what? Order! Order in court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Yeah, you know, maybe he's in a gentleman's club or something. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except a racist, except that is. For the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord, I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulty. What? Bro, how, the prosecutor went on an assassination mission with the victim and the tip of his sword is in it. Like, I'm not saying he did it, but at least get a different, mistrial, different prosecutor. What the fuck are we, we're the ones in the screen? What if he's in Dunkirk? Apparently lots of people are secretly going to Dunkirk. It's all the rage nowadays. Maybe he fucked up. The court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Maybe he opened the trunk and got hit by a boxing glove that was like spring trapped in there or some shit. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, we'll never see that drip again. Then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. What? Or rather, one last ear. Of course. The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. Wait, what? Why are we doing this now? For some reason, you completely run out of options in the trial today. Then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can, and a fresh Judge Goku will just pop out. I'm here. I've been trapped in this bunny for 17 years. Thank you for letting me out. I'll grant some wishes now. Perhaps now is the time. It's gonna do a voice clip. Scraw! Judge Goku's alive. Scraw! Pull. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Miss Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave. Oh! Ow. That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow. Here. It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right then, I'll pull all my strength into it. Heave. Ow. What are we? Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. Are we reusing the Buried background for this? The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to it underway again in a half. Are we gonna do investigation now of the room? How could this possibly fly? Judge, we have remote testimony coming in from the great detective Sherlock Holmes via bunny fucking radio. You've taken a ship to France? Judge Shikoko's here too! Please, even with my light prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cabs to the station and by trains to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Holmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes, that's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Zato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket during a dance of deduction. Ha ha ha, but of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions out of my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within a half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shouldn't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. And also, we have 30 minutes before the trial restarts. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. God, I hope we do a dance of deduction. It's the same... First class cabin, number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Da. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The real question really ought to be, who are you? Sholmes? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor, Chicken Stroganov, when you see? Great detective? Ha, I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikitoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes! I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing. My local devotee knows me only by my name and not my appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman, and he also is an alcoholic because the bottom of his phone has a bunch of scratches when he tries to charge it. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikitoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, it was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There's no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said... He really did go to Dunkey! Here, Dunkey says an emergency. What the what? Are you sure? So Shishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? What is he doing? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikitoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses, the plan is ruined! Ruined, and you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Knock him out! Knock him out, knock him out, knock him out. Mikitoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so... The game is afoot. Do the Macarena. Let's go into this room and scream, and when he comes in... This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Try it. Snap. Choo-choo! That sounds like Big Mouse in Trap. Choo-choo! I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite convincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh really, Sholmes, and pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? Da da, pee pee, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikitoba, do a pee pee this time. No thank you, I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. All the kids, by the way, think it's hilarious that Pokemon moves are limited by PP. They're playing Pokopia, first Pokemon game. They're like, you ran out of PP, and I'll just laugh. This is so. Why did they call it that? All hell would break loose during the whole crew would know about it. Set it off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance. Mikitoba, in we go! Oh, yes. 3rd November. Hi Joe, I saw Arusi's Deltarune listen through video and I'd like to request you listen to Deltarune song Guardian, please and thank you. Wow, you really fucking like threw a rock at a hornet's nest, Arusi, with this one. Holy shit. 3rd November, SS Grouse, first class cabin number 2. Alright, this is reusing the same thing again. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Shishiro's without question. Well, it seems we were just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here, but that burly crewman may return any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Is that something stuffed in the talking pipe? Whatever the fuck it is? There's a speaking tube. Speaking tube, there we go. Look, though it's been stoppered with talking pipe. Speaking tube. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Barden? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. Really? On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Really? Something, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Gay? I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know? Maybe you have. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo is concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he has. Indeed he was. It was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. This is the wastepaper basket, look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' wastepaper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice 31st October. Following departure from port of Dunkirk. Let me fucking read. Yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. Okay, did we fucking teleport it to Naruhodo? Notice about practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. It won't let me read it. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. I have a heap of clothes next to me. I need to do more laundry. And overcoat, shirts. Oh, I need to change. I did laundry before stream. I need to put it in the dryer when we go on break, which is in 7 minutes. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown. Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few. I'd likely drown in one of Shishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Yeah, the dude's fucking jacked. He's jacked to bits. Holy fuck. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba. There is nothing important about trifles. Okay, if Gregson was killed on the boat, and then ice from the refrigeration system on the boat was used to sustain his body, why is, like, that means Kazuma left the ship by himself then? So why isn't he saying that? Why is he lying? Is he completely corrupt at this point? That's really disappointing. Did they split up on the ship and then he just fucking left? It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be the most satisfactory, I must say. Tisk, whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Excuse me, Shishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if you failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. Just break it open. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. I'll do it. I volunteer as tribute. Let me do it. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a detective, I'm sure. Okay, so clearly the picture has been moved from one wall to the other because there's no outline of the other one. So let's move it back, and he will have written the code to the trunk on the wall for no reason at all. He may well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. You are still here. Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov, hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You were waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Actually, Kin Stroganov, ship is leaving port soon. Get off. Now, why do you have Sholmes written on your forearm? Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi! I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? Sholmes. 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 If we do Sholmes, and then rotate 180 degrees, and then we make this is a 3, this is a 5 or a 2, and this is also a 3, this is a 7, this is a 0, this is an 8, and this is also a 5 or a 2. And then we flip it upside down again, and we have the code. Boom. 5807335. What do you think, everyone? Or it could be 2s. We did it. We did it. It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years no less. Hold on, was it actually 7 digits? It is 7 digits! It's really been so long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Are we gonna do a dance as Mikotoba? Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? His clothes! Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. 3? It's been 10 years since we last did the Sholmes, not 3? Why, of course it has, quite! Now all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? His clothes are gone. The ice hasn't melted! The ice hasn't melted!
Take that!
Glass containing ice. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass? How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Shishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Shishiro was. Yes. You guys didn't share a cabin, and one of you just took the closet? Really? 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage, as I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, isn't Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something, oh my god, quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance introduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. What's rather awkwardly hiding traces of a crime? It's got to be this, right?
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? Well, I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Grrr. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Oh, that looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I'm gonna sneeze. I'm allergic to new evidence. I see that the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ugh. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time. Aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I could certainly do that. Yes, you've been told to keep a pretense as clearly shown by... money! It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money that I will be taking off of you now. I'll give it back for 50 shillings. I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Toshiro Jigoku. Yes? Ga! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. All right, so Sholmes is getting all of them right in this one. Like it's a complete difference to what we do in Naruhodo. Is he training us? The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you described as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Toshiro Jigoku wasn't able to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk, and also his laughter. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jikoku hid himself inside that trunk suit, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. Gulp. No, nothing about combination code. Is it really? Shows? Is it really? Was I right? Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Oh, the H is a 4, it's lowercase. Okay. Oh, I wanna fucking see. Okay, review scene. Okay, so it would be. Is that a 5? 5, 6, 3. 5. Wait, what? Oh no! Oh no! It only goes up to 5. What? Do we... Oh, it's a 2 with a tail. 5, 2, 3, 1. 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
Click. That did it. It's open. You had a medal, didn't you? Wrong judge? Bro, how did you fit in there? God, this is the sense of style this man has. Well, Yujin, you found me now. Sashiro. I beg you, please listen to the arranged track of the song that just played. Like, we just heard it, though. That's not a Delta track. Deltarune track. I was really hoping, beyond hope, not to find you here, you know. Oh, shit, wrong voice. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your representation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Wait, you were in the UK for that long with Mikotoba being his assistant, and you guys never met? Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. There's no way you guys wouldn't have met. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. Ooh. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Shishiro, are you going to explain all this? He will. After the break. Be right back. Oh no, I hit the button. Shit. You know all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago... Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you to Elram for the 16 months. Thank you Wayfor for the 41 months. And thank you Daddy's Jizzies for the 42 months as well. Elram with a message. Hey Joe, I too saw Arusi's video and would like to request you never listen to anything from Deltarune again for your own sake. As a matter of fact, if you eventually play Deltarune one day, you should do it without chat, without sound, in an overly brightly lit room with your monitor turned almost completely down and severely deprived as usual. Thank you in advance. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do my best. Thank you, Elram. We agree, Elden Ring. Undertale is the better soundtrack compared to just chapter 1 of Deltarune, right? Right? Which it should, as this is a fucking whole game compared to one chapter, right? Thank you, Wayfor, for the 41 months again, and thank you, Daddy Jizzies, with the message. I don't want to alarm you, but Switzerland scored on Canada. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. How's my more prediction going, by the way? Is there any chance that USA is going to win? USA. USA. Anyway, be right back. I specifically waited to be back with the microphone unmuted to do this. There we go. 3 days later, 3 days ago. What are you drinking? Coke Zero. That's the only really canned thing that I drink. Every so often I might have like a zero sugar Sprite or zero sugar 7-Up, but like yeah, the only thing I drink out of a can is Coke Zero usually. What are the only things I drink? I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of Coke Zero. I try to have a glass of orange juice every morning, but lately I haven't been keeping up with that trend. I drink coffee. I drink a cup of coffee every single day. And very occasionally I'll drink a Gatorade, but I'm kind of off the Gatorade lately. I feel like the Gatorade was not sitting right with me, so I stopped drinking the Gatorade for a while. A lot of sugar too. Yep. Tea. Don't really drink tea anymore. I drink a lemon tea now and then. Once a week, maybe, I'll have lemon tea. All right, let's go for another hour, or do you eat chicken sandwich with or without beak? Without beak. I've never partaken of the beak. I've probably had a chunk of beak that's been ground up, and I didn't know about it at some point. But like, yeah, no beak for me intentionally. Thank you for the message. Quick Marco, thank you for the 35 months as well. Thank you. All right, I can go for another hour, maybe a little bit longer if it's a better break point, but we'll see. How are we doing for time, Errol, if you're still here? There's only 1 hour, 10 minutes left in this trial. Trust. Oh, you're golden. Keep it a little longer. Okay, cool. All right. I just want to make sure that we have time to finish on Friday. You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. Really? You're being targeted just for... I'm afraid so, yes, of course. I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. For breaking For breaking the witness stand? Really? It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. Did you keep it reserved, maybe? On standby? The cabin did just happen to be available. So I purchased the ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen. I have nothing to say to you. Sorry, I forgot to do his voice. Shit, my bad. Well, in mere fact, you guys aren't. I thought you guys were like proper bros. Like, thought you were like lads. Really? I thought you were way better friends than this. Huh. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. Shit. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. I'm a judge. We have this, Shishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen? Oh, he's mad. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Shams? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. We found this rather fascinating trinket. That's the top of Gregson's watch. What is that, Shishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. A small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Shigoku's cabin on the SS Grouse. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. 3rd November, 12:10 p.m. The old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, you're lying. There's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. 30 minutes is such horseshit. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed, with no evidence, even though we keep saying evidence is king in the courtroom. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Runescape. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can be only one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. Is this the most kangaroo court this court has ever kangarooed? I think it might be the biggest hop. Was there anything in the first, 3 games that was more kangaroo than this? Like, my god, this is so fucking stupid. This is still a crucial witness. It's entertaining, though. This is still a crucial witness from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once. Counsel, put the toy bunny on the stand, please. Please, toy bunny, please, 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 please. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Jigoku, Shishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. What? Judge Jigoku? You found him? Falco? But the investigation is a very pleasing resource, and the capital suggested Jigoku was already dead. And they only gave him 30 minutes. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes? Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with the prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Shishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. We exercised the spirit in the middle of the courtroom in Ace Attorney 3, then forced the girl who was possessed by the spirit that wanted to kill her to testify her mother's death. And this is still more stupider than that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The series is pretty wacky. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. Objection for the road, Your Honor. No, my lord. No doubt. No objections, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. by the skin of our teeth. We lift the van and other Zeeks. Okay, so I'm guessing that this is not the stopping point that we want because we're low on time now, right? But are we somehow ahead of schedule? And we can stop now and have full streams tomorrow and the next day, or no? The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Is this still case 4? No, it moved over to case 5 in the middle of this. It was a double-parter. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. So, ideally, we could stream for a full 5 hours tomorrow and a full 3 hours on Friday for the conclusion. Well, I say 3 hours because we have 2 hours of fan art. I'd actually not. I don't mind going 4 hours on Friday after the fan art, right? So I would like to not go later today if it means that we're not gonna have a full stream on Friday, right? The next scene is really long. Though, well, we can finish that scene and still be comfortable, right? You still have about 5 hours of gameplay left, so adding time dilation onto that, you still have quite a lot left to do. Okay. I think you're making a mistake if you want to play overtime on Friday. I think you'll have a full stream for Friday. Well, full stream for Friday if we stop now. Is he not streaming tomorrow? Yeah, we're streaming tomorrow. Yeah. Not with fan art stream. Banter, you'll probably have to go late. So we have right now 8 hours of stream. We have 10 hours of stream left for the week. 5 hours tomorrow, 5 hours on Friday. And we have is Baldur here? How much fan art do we have for Friday? Is it a low week? So we have 10 hours of stream left, but like about 2 hours of that is going to be for fan art if it's a long one, and yapping, and probably another hour tomorrow for yapping or like breaks and stuff like that. So we have about 7 hours of stream left. You can always just end stream early on Friday. Yeah, but I'd rather have a full stream on Friday. Like, I want to avoid the problem of ending tomorrow's stream at, like, we're pretty much close to the conclusion, but fuck you, I guess we're going to be doing it on Friday now. And then we do fan art, and then we only stream for 2 hours after fan art on Friday, and then it's like, okay, that's the end. I feel like that would be a little disappointing. I thought it'd be good, but this week it's been Yap City, Yap City, Yap City. This is not a complaint. We like the yapping. I mean, the opposite thing is you get more and more tired on Friday and the game keeps dragging. But yeah, I want to avoid that too. I just want to try and stick the landing here that we have a decent amount of content on both tomorrow's stream and Fridays, and that goes both ways. I don't want it to be too short, but I don't want it to be too long either. I guess we could just cut tomorrow's early if we get through it faster. All right, let's do this, and then we'll do that. We'll cut tomorrow a little early if we need more content. Mr. Sholmes and his partner return to Baker Street. Oh shit. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes is sweet. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. Was that the shortest court session in the entire game? So, the entire series? So this prosecutor, Sogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. About that. When all this started, the upside down thing there too. Okay, there's so many fun and cute callbacks in the return to the ship scene there. that link to that one. That was fun. When all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Shome still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. You sure 1-1 wasn't shorter? 1-1 in Greatest Attorney? It was hella long. 1-1 in the first Ace Attorney where you're right. I don't know. I feel like we only did like 2 cross-examinations there, the witnesses, right? So I feel like that was pretty brief. Wasn't there more back and forth with the Thinker? I'm not sure. Great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. And then he died. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. Put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news because supper is ready, everyone. Did you cook all this? Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Steak and kidney pie? Yorkshire pudding? I enjoy a steak and kidney pie, but I do feel bad about eating the kidney part. What about the chicken and or turkey? Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. But we haven't, like, solved the most greatest problem in the world. How did you afford all this? This place to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What kind of unicorn did you fuck for this to be the product of your pairing? Look at you, look at her. What did she look like, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? This is a fucking Powerpuff Girl. What? What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half sisters, I mean. Oh. Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. Based. What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. I believed it. So it's not true? Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Huh? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Who is then? Sherlock? Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is this Iris' father? I suppose that not something we'll be finding out today. How do you know that he's... I'm confused. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let Sub-2 slip away. Oh, it's not here. Shit. Following the departure of the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Huh. What does this pose, bro? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Such a drama king. Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. Do you have game? I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived at the time. Record found is indicated. Duplicate as follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across the exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Okay, did the telegram go through a time vortex? What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Say these names back to me. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communications from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Shishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. And it's national security level to Judge Jigoku? And then he's a target to have killed? I don't believe it. What's going on? But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that, but without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. Oh, we're done. Okay, Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. It's true, he wasn't. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean? The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, Sumari, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, that's so true. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Just become a lawyer, Lamayo. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived, pretty contrived, yeah. I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. The woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I'm a fucking god, you don't understand. I can do anything. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. She's in the room, actually. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? And who the fuck is Susie's dad? Iris's dad? Susie's dad, too. The truth is, 12 months ago, I received the telegram. There was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. But first... What? Why aren't we talking? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. What are we doing? Are we leaving? Are we giving him something? I'm a lawyer. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant. Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. His sword. Mr. Sholmes, what am I supposed to do? What do you want from me, game? There's all sorts of these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple any moment. This is on my topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. This is on my topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Arceus' pretty little tea set is out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of the tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Hodo, you do overthink things at times. But yes, you do. Alright. What do we do? What do we do? Do we look at it? Something from 12 months ago. All right, well, Red-Headed League. Nope. Mr. Vigil. Nope. Letter of introduction. Nope. Dismissal notice. Nope. Frame photograph. Nope. The gun. Nope. The wig. The casino. Nope. So you need to click on the pheasant. Did we not? I thought we clicked on the pheasant. Is there like a inspect point for the pheasant specifically? Autopsy report. Nope. The crime scene floor plan 12 months ago. You morbed it. Notice board. Crack the fire, crack the fist, boom, rah. Bugs Bunny, rah, rah, rah. You could have chosen to start the most recent evidence, Joe, and not show you my cycling through all the evidence trick? God, what is it? The passport, of course. No, it's the bunny. Hey Joe, would you consider streaming the Gothic remake? As far as I've been playing it and been struck by how much you might enjoy the gradual progression. It's still very pretty graphics. Yeah, I would like to stream it. Yeah, it's on my list. I'd like to check it out. All right. So it's not the sword. It's the evacuation drill itinerary. Nope. It's the small component. It's the telegram from Japan! There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Isogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time, we were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes. When he has designs on knowing it. Oh yeah? Who's Iris' dad then? Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. How? Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these four names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. Not after Pheasant. Not until Pheasant. Fortnite. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as it was described in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Assassin. It's me, the Assassin. It was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. K. Isogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Isogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. Whatever. What? Thank you, J9. Thank you, J9, for the new sub. Thank you very much. Is that 6 months all at once, or is it a 6-month resub? Thank you very much, J9. In either case, thank you, and thank you, Shafts, for the new sub too, 3 minutes ago. Thank you very much. Welcome to both of you. Thank you. So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Isogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. Everyone's got secrets. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? The biggest hole. Ah, yes. You mean about Assassin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was murdered, and she was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Waterloo. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. Wait, it wasn't like telegram back that a visiting student was killed in Japan? Aren't you always intercepting that? Always be eavesdropping? What? Topsy. Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah! Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by an assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh, he did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted the mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts, an international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. A what? An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Well, why don't they just have the Japanese assassin kill the target that's in Japan, and the British assassin kill the target that's in Britain? Why, what? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. Okay, yeah, but that's not what they did. Instead, they swapped assassins. Did it get mistranslated? So begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. That's the same thing. No, it's not. It's not the same thing at all. But what on earth is the point? Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes, such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our new 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought up into place suggests intervention at the highest levels. The highest levels? The Prime Minister? These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Shishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes, I truly cannot overstate just how utterly astounded Spoiler has been that you somehow morbed the assassin exchange plotline. Did I? Were those exact words? When did I say that? All the way back in case 2 of game 1? With no information? It was terrifying? I remember saying that it seemed like fucking Asogi was being sent to kill someone. I don't remember fucking saying assassin exchange. You did? No, I didn't. Did I? You did? It was crazy? I just remember thinking he had a sword and he was being all secretive about like going, so it's like come be a lawyer but also be an assassin at some point too. I remember saying assassin exchange. You said like some assassin exchange program? Oh, that was a joke. It was like oh, they're gonna learn about lawyering and they're gonna send someone else like some lawyer exchange program and then like some assassin exchange program. Like it was a joke. But you did say it? I don't remember saying it. I can see how I got there. Well, is it a joke now? Yes, it fucking sucks. I want it to go back to being a joke. I told them my fears and implored them to seek a transfer to overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina, come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferred to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. It wasn't to protect Gina, it was to protect himself. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. I like Gregson. It turns out he's evil Gregson. Alright, everyone. That's quite enough for all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, what sucks about it? Actually asking? Alright. It doesn't suck, actually. Yeah, you got a point. Yeah, it does suck. I like it, actually. I'm coming around to it. It's actually pretty good. I was wrong to think it sucks. I was wrong to dislike it. It's actually really good. It's really exciting. I like it. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to the hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. Aw, I'm sorry, Iris. Can we talk about this? I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. Yay! So you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive to is your strong suit, naturally. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister. Who the fuck is your dad? What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hee hee. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. Like money? I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. To be continued tomorrow. Do 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 do. Vin Diesel smiling in the chat. Family, family, family. family. All right, anyone from the community live? If not, we're just gonna, you know, we're just gonna call it. Wooly streaming Ace Attorney. That seems like a good one to go with then. Is it Wooly versus? Or is it just Wooly? Is this it? Is it VS or the actual word versus? There it is. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Do you want to finish tomorrow or Friday? I want to finish Friday. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. And then Forgotten City on... If we finish tomorrow, that's fine. We'll just do Forgotten City on Friday. And then we'll do Forgotten City on Saturday as well. It's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, I'd rather finish on Friday. And there was a full week of Grace Attorney. And then next week we're going to do... we're going to do 007, I guess. Yeah, so we'll see. T4s? In Evolve? Could do some T4s. The stream went crazy. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, everyone. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a good weekend. No, tomorrow is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Super Mario RPG. Tomorrow's Thursday. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow for more of this. If I don't see you, then, you know, enjoy Deltarune. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Do 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 do. Pushing right through. See you later. And see you later, everyone who's watching on the VOD or didn't go to the raid. See you later. Do